So we're back on and we are underway. Well, looks like it at least, with our Any Bike Championship. This is a race I'm really excited for. So it's just like how it sounds. You can ride any bike. Any bike. So riders will choose whatever they think they can get around this track quickest on. We've already seen a little bit of a tumble for someone who's opted to go for a unicycle, which I would argue probably wouldn't be the best fitted for this race. We've got some riders on road bikes, some riders on mountain bikes, someone on a Brompton here. So same style of race as our previous races, same style as the men's and women's fixed crits. The first race will just be a straight first across the line on the final lap wins. It's 20 minutes, but 3 laps added on after the 20 minutes have been completed. So just a little bit shorter than the men's and women's fixed crit races. Same points though. First across the line on the final lap gets 100 points. Second, 75. Third, 50. Fourth, 30. Fifth, 10. And sixth, 5 points. So looking for top 6 positions in this race. Oh, we've seen just another skid out there. So these guys really, really pushing it to the limit, seeing how quick they can go around these corners before they slide out. Sometimes you've got to crash to know just how quick you can go. So we are not yet racing. Guys are just scouting the track. Let's have a look at our start list, though, shall we? So competing in our Any Bike Championship today. We've got I think these guys have given sort of pseudonyms, jokey names, not their actual real christened names. So we've got Nay Watt riding a wheelie bike. Action Stratio riding a city bike. Baza Ona Maza riding a unicycle. George Smith, I think that's probably his real name, riding a hybrid. Valentino Palla riding a Brompton. No offense, on a cross bike. Ash Douglas riding a BMX. Joe Bullock on a cargo bike. Wow. David O'Donnell on a road bike. And Matthew Keach on a mountain bike. So pretty much all the possible bikes you could get. No fixed wheel bikes. We've seen them already today. But a real showcase of every different kind of bike. And this will be, I suppose, the ultimate race to see which bike is quickest on a wet, tight course like this. You can see some varying degrees of seriousness in this race. Unicycle is quite a few laps behind, unsurprisingly. Being caught by the leaders once again. Riders dotted all around the track. So I see our two leaders on the front with the red, acting as a bit of a parachute, his jacket. That's no offense. He is riding on a cyclocross bike. And sticking with him is Matthew Keach. No, it's not. That guy's on a Brompton. I think my numbers are wrong. That should be Valentino Palla with no offense. So Brompton and Crossbike looking like they are the most successful. They come in and take 3 laps to go. 2 riders working really well together. Everyone else pretty much scattered all around the course. Our unicyclist's only really here for the tricks. And he's gone off the course a bit, onto the grass. If No Offense doesn't win this race, he probably has his parachute of a jacket to blame. So the leaders come into the finish line 2 laps to go. These guys are going to be the ones sprinting it out for the win, for the 100 points. Brompton versus Crossbike.
Let's go, Brompton!
Brompton opening up a bit of a gap on Crossbike. Valentino Palla opening up a bit of a gap on No Offense. They'll take the bell this time round. Valentino Palla looking like he has the advantage. But No Offense still has him in his sights. The wind blowing Noah's jacket. I slowed him down quite a lot. Definitely not aero. But he was getting quite a nice lead out by the rider on the Brompton, Valentino Palla. So Brompton versus Crossbike. Valentino versus Noah. Noah really tight on the wheel though. Valentino out of the saddle, accelerating in that short straight between these two turns. It's typically the rider who's leading into these final sort of 3 or 4 turns who's won so far. No Offense comes shooting out of that third to last bend. Nice tight lines on this final chicane. I think Noah's going to take it on the cross bike. Still not on the drops though, and his jacket's blowing in the wind. A tight sprint for the finish. No Offense takes it, but not without a challenge from our rider on the Brompton, Valentino Palla. So great riding from him, given that Bromptons aren't the fastest of bikes, but obviously low center of gravity advantageous around this course. So we're here with our winner of.
Val was really pushing the pace. To be honest, he was on the Brompton. I think he was really quick through the corners, quick to accelerate. So it's really suited the bike more than mine, I felt.
So you were on a cross bike. Why did you choose a cross bike?
Well, I knew it'd be twist and turny. I thought it might be wet, so I was like, I'll probably get more traction on the cross bike. And yeah, it's more what I'm suited to, like a drop bar bike.
And what are you thinking for the future races? Do you reckon you have a good chance, or do you think Val is with that Brompton, he's going to get you on some of the others?
Well, if Val can come back from his injuries, I think he'll have a really good chance in the elimination. It is my bread and butter as a track cyclist, but he's definitely going to give me a hard fight.
Nice one. Cheers. Any words for the camera?
Let's get it.
Thank you.
Up here, but I'll just zoom in and shoot this commentate.
So we're down here at Brighton karting track. You can see normally a go-kart track, but today we're all bikes, 2 wheels only. We've got a bunch of different races today. Some have already happened. Sun is just starting to come out after quite a lot of rain this morning. 4 different events on today, 4 different categories. Men's fixed racing, so they're on fixed wheel, fixed gear bikes, basically track bikes. Women's fixed gear racing. We've got our any bike category and our wheelie category. The next race up will be our wheelie category. I'm really, really excited for it. Some really, really, skilled riders out here. I can't even do a wheelie. These guys will be riding around, racing around with only 1 wheel on the ground, taking these pretty tight corners, slippery corners with 1 wheel, only 1 wheel on the ground. So pretty nuts stuff from them. We're here thanks to this event is Off the Streets, organised by One Life Cycle. And we're pretty buzzed for the rest of the day, especially this next race. I've never seen a wheelie race before, and I reckon most people probably haven't. It's quite unusual, but we've got some guys who are very fast on 1 wheel. See a couple of them rolling around the track right now. Effortless, they make it look.
Also, they're allowed to drop their wheel going into the pit lane, but that's the lift pitch to follow that line. And if they don't, they get a split. Line there, it's just
Sorry to interrupt you. Do you know where can we find the sanitizer? Like,
there's first aid.
well, I will find somebody who knows.
Yeah, I don't know where he is. He might be in the shed over there. Should be in. I think there. Breaks in between races because the fixed guys started 15 minutes. We've been trying to catch up. Caught up.
Also, do you have a whistle you can go to the next one?
10 minutes to the next race.
Yeah.
No, it was only the first time we played. Because people were just having a chat with us.
And I said, how long do you keep up? He said, yeah, I've been up for an hour. So, this is the guy who's been on there. So I had to take off for about an hour. No, not with all these places. Yeah, and also the window now. Yeah. Run it easy. Ready? Ready, good. One of the 100. Yeah, he's got all the followers. Yeah, there's 20. He's got both sides. Yeah, he's got
See the most like what?
They don't have London, but they do. What's the video? If you really
They're trying to build the awareness with the
they're like, what is a temple? This is like, proper what I didn't know there. Jesus Christ. Yeah. He's smiling at that. Jesus. I suppose it's practice at the moment. So it's all there ready to go. How did you do it now? It looks good, doesn't it? It's lovely. And there's competition there. We'll get there. Oh, they're tiny. There's more back. Yeah, guys, if you go get some bin bags and replace all the bins, they're all That's nuts.
Oh, it's mad.
Yeah, it's sick. No, this is sick. I want to try and lift it. Why wouldn't it?
Because them things are.
Yeah, but the back was connected to the front one.
Kind of makes no sense.
This one here. You know, yeah. Stop it with the anything we could do. You stop it for the front, then you ain't gonna be on it.
Oh wait, hold up. Hold up. I might actually have a solution for you. Start taking it off though.
I don't want a different tire.
No, but you put it on the back and you might be. I don't think you might be able to put it on the back and then like make sure.
I've got nothing to hold on to. That's the fucking. I don't feel like that's gonna work. Oh my god.
Come on then, boy.
Yeah, that's exactly. You know, like that would probably work if I had something to actually hold on to. There's no way I can't stand it because when you move it has to go like that. I'm gonna come off to the rip roll.
Yo, everyone here. Where's she?
Sorry, mate. Yeah.
I'm not in. You're on my back. Hey, RJ. Come in. Hey, Connor. Hey, Blake.
Hey, Connor, where are you?
Have you come in? Louis, come over for a sec.
Hey, Connor.
So for this race.
Yo,
hey, Sheeks, bro. Hey, Sheeks. Bro, hey, listen. Yo, so, alright, for your one lap, this white line over here, you drop the wheel here.
Wait, is that the
pick your
finish?
speed. No. Start line to start line. So the finish line is where that box is. So for your 3-man race, there's a previous start line around the 2 hairpins. The 3 of you start there, then you ride to the start line, pick the wheel up, race it round. You have to drop the wheel at this white line, and there's a white line at the end of the pit lane. You have to pick it up before that white line and then finish off the lap.
No, that's
right.
That's dead, bro.
So you
That's
can get your
dead,
speed
bro.
back.
That's dead.
Keep really in the field. Drop it there.
I'm just gonna take my time
on that corner. But yeah, so this corner here, that line. No, trust me, G. For the race and for it to be speedy and fun, it's better. You got that, yeah? I've really been in the half.
Hey, Bean.
Everyone else.
Smoke them, cuz.
Yo,
Yeah.
you three.
Trying for that.
Yo,
straight,
you
yeah.
lot. If you want to watch how this one's done, get a bit of space. Oh, no. Come into the track over here. You lot, come.
What then? Who's up next? Who?
Me and Fred.
See you on. We're gonna take it easy from the guys.
See you on the break.
Yeah.
Can I get some air in my pants? Huh? Why?
Straight over. I've got no audio running from my camera, yeah.
So we're about to get underway with the first event of the Wheelie Bike Championship. Wheelie Championship. All these races will be done on with where riders will be wheeling. So probably one of the most exciting races here today. And these guys are definitely very, very skillful because they'll be riding around all the twists and turns of this track with one wheel in the air and only one wheel on the ground. Pretty absurd stuff. The first heat we have up is going to be we'll have three riders in a heat, 5 heats. The first heat will be Ree versus One Way Bean versus Halves. How this race works is it's a sprint, a 1-lap sprint. Riders will be wheeling the whole lap apart from this small section in the pit lane where they can put their wheel down, but they got to lift it up again to complete the rest of the lap. And then the first cross the line after 1 lap wins. So a really short race, but the whole time, apart from this short section, you've got to keep one wheel in the air and just one wheel can go on the ground. So this one is a test of speed and balance. Balance probably more so. They've got to be able to take these tight corners on one wheel. I'm pretty buzzed to see this race. Similar to our other races from today, every heat will be given points. The winner of a heat gets 50 points, second place gets 25, and third place gets none. So our first heat rolls away. They take the bell and they have to lift up their wheels from now. In the lead is already number 96 Halves. Opened up a pretty decent gap already, and blimey, they are going pretty quick. Considering they're on one wheel the whole time. They look like they might be riding even faster than some of our previous races. So it's still Halves in the all grey in the lead. This is the position that they can put their wheel down for. Pick up some speed. He is being closely followed by 85. That is Ree. Oh, really tight around that corner. And Ree's put his wheel down. I think that means he's going to be out of the race. And Halves probably going to take this one quite easily. Some distance to the third rider on the track. But Halves has to keep his wheel up until the end to take this one home and get 50 points in the first heat. He started off well, he managed to keep it upright, and he takes the first heat. That is insane. And a pretty disappointed Ree, who was kind of caught on the inside of that corner, had to put his wheel down. I think he still has to cross the line, though, to get the points. Oh, he's been disqualified. My bad. So I think that means that the slow and steady One Way Bean will probably get 25 points in that race. So underway with our second heat. Daily B versus C Wizzy 1 versus Fred. Oh, we've got 2 riders so far with already 1 wheel down, so only 1 rider still wheeling. As long as he finishes on 1 wheel, he's going to take the win in this heat. So it didn't take too long for 2 of our riders to be eliminated from this heat. Just 1 guy left. We're all watching if he can maintain his wheelie the whole lap. He's allowed to put his wheel down in this section here. That's number 86, Sheiks. He's got to pick his wheel up again. And all he has to do is remain wheeling for the whole lap to get the 50 points. If he puts it down, he too will be eliminated. I suppose no points will be given for this heat. And he's come off. So all 3 riders in that one not able to hold their wheelies the whole time. No successful wheeliers. I suppose that's no points then. So after a super tight and compelling first heat, no riders managing to make it all the way around in the second heat. It's not easy to wheelie around the whole track, unsurprisingly. So our next heat up will be Archie Oliver, number 90, number 97, One Way Louis, and number 100, Jake 100. The bell's rung. They start picking up their speed coming into this corner, and as they hit the finish line, they'll have to have 1 wheel in the air, and all the way until the end of the race. So all 3 riders are up. Pretty tight battle. 3 riders still in contention. 2 of them just picking up the pace into this section where they can put their wheels down. Saddle sprinting, it's Jake 100 in the lead, and just behind him is One Way Louis, with number 90 Archie Oliver just trailing behind a little bit. This is a really tight one though. It's going to be a close sprint for the finish line. And one rider's wheel is down, so it's going to be a pretty comfortable win for Jake 100. And the second place going to Archie Oliver. Rider who is trying to keep up with Jake, just unable to hold his pace and keep his wheel in the air. So that'll be 50 points to Jake 100 in the wheelie championship. Next heat of our wheelie championship will be number 89 Trad, number 99 RJ, and number 88 Blake. So the bell is rung. Our next heat is on the track. They get that short run up until the finish line, and then they've got to pick their wheels up. One wheel up, front wheel only, and wheelie all the way until they reach the pit lane, when they can put their wheel down again for a short time, just to get their speed up a bit. And already early on, one rider just trailing behind a bit, but as we've seen before in the earlier heats, some riders going just a bit too quick around the corners and having to put their wheel down. Whew. So it is an early lead for number 99, RJ. Being followed by 88, Blake, though. RJ's out the pit lane and just caught a big gust of wind around that corner. Managed to keep it upright, though. Both riders still on one wheel. Looks like it's going to be a win for RJ and second place for Blake. RJ just taking these final corners nice and slowly, making sure he doesn't come off. Oh, and a late maneuver on the inside. Whoa. What a race that was. So a little bit of a wiggle around that final corner from RJ, and Blake managed to steal it in the last few seconds of the race. So that was the tightest race we've had so far in the wheelie championship. Well paced by Blake and just taking that final corner nice and quick. So final heat of the first race of the wheelie championship, final wheelie sprint. It's Little Harry versus Oh So Wavy. Versus Connor TNT. And they're underway into that first corner. Oh, one rider already with his wheel down, so he's going to be out of this heat. So two riders competing for the 50 and 25 points on this one. Carrying nice speed into the pit lane is the rider in the white top. Number 92, Connor TNT, leading this heat. And Little Harry still pretty close behind as they come out of that pit lane, pick their wheels back up again. We saw what happened in the last heat, still all to play for. This is still Connor TNT in the lead though, but late surge coming from the rider. It's going to be all the way to the line around these final bends. Connor T managing to hold on. And Little Harry, I think, just putting his wheel down just before the line. So I think he might be eliminated in that heat. And I think we might end up with just one rider scoring points on that one. I'm not certain how the points will be allocated, but nonetheless, Connor exploding that heat and taking the 50 points for the win.
You don't know how many. Literally on the very last corner, yeah, I do. They're like wobbling to the window. I'm like, yo, this is what I quickly went in front of him. That's it, though.
So before we move swiftly on to the next race of the men's fixed championship, it'll be an elimination. We're just going to see if we can have a quick chat with one of our wheelie winners.
Thunder, did you see who had it on clip? Did you see who had it on record? Did you see who? Have you got it? Do you know anyone that's got it on iPhone that can airdrop it to me? Oh, no, would you be able to send it to me today or? Oh, oh, okay. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Connor said when we got off the chat, how the fuck did you do that?
Just going to quickly chat to one of the guys who won the wheelie race, Connor TNT. Hello.
Hello.
How was that?
It's all right. I mean, it was stressful. It was just straight behind me, man. Harry was just behind me the whole time. I thought I was going to lose, I can't lie.
Have you ever done a wheelie race before?
Nah, like pretend ones and that with my mates, but not like a proper one here, like all planned out, all organised. Nah.
How did you learn to wheelie? I mean, it's a bit of a dumb question, but
I learned to be. I can't even lie yet. It was from literally watching Harry's videos. Like Harry was the one that, like, he made a wheelie video saying like how to wheelie and that. Since then, followed it, but now I'm here. Like, it's just,
is he the one who you beat in the race?
yep.
That's pretty nice. So what other races are you looking forward to today?
I'm doing the wheelie elimination and the no front wheel race, and I think I'm doing another one as well. I'm not sure which one it is.
Well, okay. Good luck. Thanks for chatting with us. Cheers. So just a couple minutes before we restart with the men's fixed championship. Next race up will be the elimination, the race that's raced from the back. So every lap, one rider will be eliminated from the race. The rider who is last over the line. So keep an eye out for the riders who seem to be sort of stuck at the back of the bunch. Any riders who are dropped, they'll be eliminated from the race. That is where the race is raced, this one. All the action happening at the back. So really technical race, quite tricky to get right. So obviously this one's modelled on a elimination that's usually raced on the track, on the velodrome. But looking forward to seeing how it goes here. We've got the winner of the first race in here. That was Jonathan Calderon. He's got a couple of teammates in here as well, so he'll be looking to avoid being caught at the back. These races are sometimes the ones that are the most sketchy. People riding really close together, trying to squeeze through small gaps, taking lots of risks. So let's hope we can keep it safe, but hope for a nice, exciting race. Same as all our previous races. The winner gets 100 points, 75, 50, 30, 10, and 5 points to the remaining riders, all the way down to 6th. So Jonathan Calderon obviously already on 100 points after winning that first race. A couple of riders around will be looking to try and close that gap, that point gap. So they are away. Rolling off. Some riders wanted to get a good start so they don't find themselves caught at the back behind maybe some slower technical riders. Want to be able to choose their own lines through the corners. It's really quick coming into this the pit lane. Being led by Aaron Hardin. He was one of the riders who attacked from the chase group in the first race and then just crashed around that final sort of switchback corner. But he's setting the early pace. But once again, remember, this race is raced from the back. So the last rider across the line, every lap will be eliminated. I think this first lap Might be a neutral one, so you hear the bell. Well, maybe you hear the bell. And that means they'll be racing next lap. There's a rider number 33 in that yellow jersey. Looks to be struggling already. Robert Thomas. Just a couple gaps at the back there. Some riders kind of struggling to hold the pace. So I think it will be Robert Thomas, number 33, who's going to be eliminated first time round. You can see Aaron Harden setting a really, really high pace on the front. Drilling it into the corners, getting real low. And getting a proper lean on into those corners. Another gap at the back of the race. So change at the front. That is our Lewis Blois. He spent a lot of the first race also on the front. So Lewis Blois just making sure he's keeping out of trouble. Rider from the Cafeteros de Colombia team, just getting distance off the main pack now. Oh, and I think there's been a bit of a tumble. Oh, a pretty bad one, I believe. It's like 3 riders down on that corner. Let's hope they're all okay, though. So as the track starts to dry up, you get these kind of wet patches and slightly drier patches, and it's sometimes pretty tricky to ride through between wet and dry on the surface. So you can't see accidents like that happen. I hope all the riders are okay, though. Our first aid is over there. I think this race might be neutralized. So yeah, no bell this time. I think no elimination as well. I think we're going to neutralize it, make sure all those riders are okay, because it was quite a few riders who went down there. A couple of riders still on the ground there, so.
Well, most importantly, I hope the track's okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, the pedal.
So we're back underway. All of our riders back on their bikes. Going to do a couple laps just to get them ready. And then we will restart our eliminations. Thankfully, all of our guys who came down are okay. So they come in and take the bell, this time indicating that there'll be an elimination next lap. So same as before, last rider across the line will be eliminated from the race. That is Lewis Blois, once again, where he loves to be, at the front, dictating the pace, dictating how the line through the corners. Oh, big move on the inside there. By one of our riders. I think he's found himself down on the exit to that corner, so bit of a sketchy moment there. But he's back on his feet. I think he's okay. I think the race will continue. I take the bell once again. So this race can be sketchy on a velodrome, and add in some corners and some twists and turns, it's going to be even worse. I think Tom O'Dell finding himself in a bit of a sticky situation at the back there. Tom O'Dell, but he's got Daniil Sodomsky just in front of him. So both those two looking like they're in the danger zone this time round. So Tom Odell being eliminated that time around. Daniil Sodomsky, though, with a pretty big gap to the bunch. He had to try and close down in time before the line, but I think he's probably going to be the rider eliminated this time around. I can't. So rider 30, Matthew Watson. Going to be the one called out this time. Bit too big a gap for him to bother trying to close. And we have got just 5 riders left. Still Lewis Blois on the front there. Putting a lot of these riders under pressure. Second in the string is the winner of the first race, Jonathan Calderon.
It's a bit of a silly place. Yeah, but I mean, it's supposed to be an aggressive race at the same time.
Once again, the last rider of the string pretty much just sat up, accepting his fate. That's number 26, Diggory McFarlane, who rode a really good first race and finds himself in 5th in this one. So just 4 riders remaining. They are Aaron Harden, Sayed Portilla, Jonathan Calderon, and Lewis Blois. Blois on the front, Aaron Harden just 4th in the string. He's got a bit of a gap to close, but he does take these corners pretty quickly. He gets nice and low, really leans into them. So still with a decent chance of remaining in. But it will be Aaron Harden eliminated that time round. And we are left with 3 riders. I think there'll be just one more elimination and then a sprint. So third in line is Sayed Portilla of the Cafeteros de Colombia team. Very good ride for him, though. I think he's going to take 3rd place, pick up the 50 points. And then these 2 riders will be left to sprint it out for the victory in this race. Lewis Blois in the blue jersey and Jonathan Calderon chasing him. Blois has got a pretty handy gap, though. They'll take the bell this time, and this time it's the bell for the final lap, final sprint. Blois with a pretty big lead, but race winner from the first race, Jonathan Calderon, we know what he can do on this track. They're going so quick through these corners. Blois accelerating out of the saddle down the straight, coming into the pit lane. I think he's going to be pretty confident that he can hold this gap. So after dictating the pace for most of the race, I think Lewis Blois is going to take victory in this elimination race. But Lewis Blois approaching the finish line, taking the flag, and the win in the elimination race. Expertly ridden, raced it from the front, and stayed out of trouble the whole time. So great race by him. 100 points to his name, and winner of the first race, Jonathan Calderon, will take second, and 75 additional points.
The other thing that would have been annoyed by drones, I realised. Trains are a nightmare. Oh yeah, that first. What happens then it's like you go through national rail, it's never like it's something you didn't knowledge of which train will be run, which train will be run. They don't do that, they don't put the option to put the bike on. And they don't give you an option to put the bike on after either. So if you go to like to the station, there's only like 4 or 5 spaces. So I arrive at the station. Lucky there was one place. If there was there too. The government wants people.
We're live.
So we're here with the winner of the men's fixed elimination. How was that?
Yeah, really good. I enjoyed that. It was a bit high octane, very fast. Obviously, a bike almost landed on me, but it's fine. It was good, really good fun. My goal was to win that one because I came second in the first stage. So now that puts me and Sanchez level on points. But yeah, no, I just from the gun, man, I needed to get ahead, stay in front. My bike. But yeah, that was the plan in it.
So obviously, I could tell you were doing a lot of work on the front in the first race as well. Do you think you missed the early move, or do you just like pacing from the front, riding the corners as you want to?
We got. I mean, Sanchez executed his start perfectly in the first race, and that's what I wanted to do. When you're on the front, you can control the whole pace of the race. So that's what he did. I just couldn't catch up, but it was fine. I was happy. I just had to race defensively after I knew he was away. I needed that second place.
And you led this one from the front as well. So you like to choose your line and kind of pick the pacing yourself?
That's the plan. That's always the plan from the start. But like, I mean, it doesn't always go to plan, but today it did. I'm happy.
And how are you liking this course, this track? It's obviously a bit drier now. How does it feel?
Now it's dry. It's superb. When it's wet, not so much. But it's all good.
Cool. Thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the races. Cheers.
Whenever people ride, sometimes you ride a special bike on the day of the race, sometimes over the weekend. We just ride through London just to see the places that we start racing. Yeah. And there's no sponsorship, so people basically pay for prices. Races and running a race team. So the guys in yellow and brown shirts, they are his team. So he organises them, and he organises the events. There's three of these. Are you going to come to the other two?
No, I'm just going to my birthday.
What better way to possibly think of to spend your birthday there?
No one's.
I think it's the north. I think it's the north end of the kingdom.
Yeah, yeah, 15.
It's always been
Someone
like
gave me that.
I'd buy again English.
Still, though. It's very good. Yeah, so next week.
Yeah, well, if you feel like a steal,
Bishop.
Yeah, but I'm never.
Like to afford it.
Yeah, I can afford it, and the only reason I would do it is if I was getting really good at racing.
I think that treat yourself to something real fit.
In my bike, that is like exactly. Because if I don't
What? Now that my multi-pro
So you actually slap the
hanger, yeah, it's raised on.
yeah.
It's not raised on that well.
But that was
No, it was because I have a hanger.
oh, okay, yeah. So you
Added.
go back to the time.
No, I'm just going to get it raised on. Go down, raised on. Yeah.
Yes.
In just a couple of moments, we will get underway with the second women's fixed race. This one, same as with the men's, is an elimination. So last rider across the line, every lap is out. This one will be a pretty short race, unless maybe they've changed it to every other lap to give them a little bit longer of a race, because only 6 riders taking to the start line. And the same points allocation as for the first race. Be 100 points for the winner, 75 for second, then 50 for third, and so on. The winner of the first race with those pink sleeves on, that's Michelle de Graaf. We'll have to hope this one is going to be a little bit safer than the men's race, which saw just a handful of crashes around some of these corners. So they are away, and it is Kitty Dennis who takes the front around this first corner. I think it'll be the first lap will be a neutralized lap, and then the bell will go, and they'll be racing from then on. Looks like an early mechanical for Jo Smith, who was second in the opening race for this championship. So I reckon she's going to be out of this one, unfortunately not be able to score any points. They take the bell, indicating there'll be an elimination next lap. So it's a winner from race number 1, Michelle de Graaf, who heads to the front. Starts to string out the bunch a tad. And that is Valentina Vaccari, who is just ever so slightly off the back. But quick pace out of that corner. It's going to be a tight sprint between these 3 for the first elimination. Going to be all the way to the line, but is Valentina Vaccari of that colourful jersey, who misses out first time round. And Michelle de Graaf, with another injection of pace, opens up a gap to the rest of her rivals. It's really speedy around these corners, getting nice and low. That's Kitty Dennis in pursuit, and Alice Clues-Smith. Once again, the Velociposse rider, Vanessa Lowe, finding herself in trouble for this elimination this time round. She's got quite a gap to close. I don't know if she'll be able to do it. And this race is starting to get quite strung out. I think it is going to be the Velociposse rider, Vanessa Lowe, out this time. And then just one more elimination until the final sprint. Michelle de Graaf once again with that injection of pace down this back straight. She seems to really like it here, and it's going to be between Alice and Kitty for the next elimination. Michelle is just way out in front. So Alice, the rider for Fixed Beers. Alice with a late surge, but she's got quite a big gap to close. I think Kitty's going to be able to hold her off, and they will take the bell for the final lap. It looks like Michelle de Graaf is going to have this one sewn up as well. A really big gap for Kitty to try and close in this short, relatively short lap. Michelle once again out of the saddle in this on this straight. She throws the bike into the corner, and I think it's going to be her race. And another 100 points to her name. She's really got her lines well dialed. But a good second place for Kitty Dennis in the second women's race of today. Well, Michelle will come into this final switch back turns. Just nice and easy, making sure she doesn't come off or do anything stupid. And she will take victory in the second race, as she did with the first one, with second place and 75 points going to Kitty Dennis of the NLTC BMBC, the longest selection of letters I've ever seen.
Too much hassle anyway. Like, but yeah, I mean, I'm 90% set on that. Yeah, I put it tomorrow because I'm staying here the night and then ready to go live. Go live.
I hope my English is good enough.
Are you Dutch?
Yeah.
So we're here with the winner of the second women's fixed event in the elimination. She also won the first race as well. How was that?
Yeah, it was a strange race because, of course, every round someone gets eliminated. So, yeah, I thought I'd just go. I need to stay in the front. So then what happens behind me, I will see what happens. So, I had a gap between me and the second girl, and I saw that Joe had some bad luck with her bike. So I thought maybe we start again, but we just keep on riding. And in the end, I saw that the girl behind me got eliminated, so I knew that I won. So it was a nice race.
And have you done many fixed gear crits before, or fixed wheel crits before? Was this your first?
Yeah, I rode the Red Bull crit, I think 3 times in Milan and New York. So that was actually one of my first fixed gear races. And besides that, I did some races in the Netherlands and also in the UK and everywhere in Europe. Yeah.
And how's the track feeling? Is it technical or is it fairly easy for you? Because you're obviously quite experienced.
Yeah, well, it's very technical actually. Of course, it's a track or a kart track bike, so I thought it's going to be technical. So first I had my gear was a little bit too, how do you say that? Too small? No, too big actually. Yeah, and then after that I switched, and then I realized, okay, this is much better for a technical course. So yeah, it's a nice course.
Well, well done. Good luck for the rest of the races. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, that one's fully charged. You're fine.
Next up on the track, we've got the second of the wheelie bike races. Be the wheelie elimination. Oh no, my bad. It's our any bike race. Our any bike elimination. So this is the championship where the riders can bring any bike they want. Any bike they think is going to be quickest around this track. So we've got a range of different bikes here. Bromptons, cyclocross bikes, road bikes, hybrids, even a unicycle earlier. And it is an elimination race. So the last rider across the line every lap will be out. Same as the previous races, they'll get a free neutralized lap. And then after that, we'll start taking riders out, the last rider across the line each lap. So we see the two riders who came first and second in our opening race already got a little bit of a gap on the rest of the bunch.
Say no more. Oh, I know it's all bike race though. I'll get one in a minute.
So they take the bell indicating that their rider will be eliminated next lap, next time round. Last rider across the line will be pulled out. There's a Valentino Palla on the Brompton, leading no offense around these tight corners into the pit lane. Valentino carrying some wounds from earlier crashes. It's like number 4, George Smith, who is struggling at the back there. So it is George Smith on his hybrid bike who comes out that time. And we see Valentino and Noah still following each other very closely around these bends, accelerating out the straights. Valentino nice and low on his Brompton with that really low center of gravity. No offense, probably with a bit of an advantage in the straights. Can get slightly more power through that bike. So Valentino just being distanced slightly by Noah. Valentino with his absolutely massive chainring. So big that his bike no longer folds, despite being a folding bike. So Noah opening up a gap now as the wind picks up just a little bit.
Oh, just good.
So we've got something of a rivalry hotting up in the Any Bike Championship. We've got Val and Noah, who've been first and second in both of our races so far. We'll talk to you first, Val. How was the two races so far for you?
Oh, it's super fun, like crazy fun. The cornering are mad, and yeah, I loved it. It's try to keep up with that guy. It's quite hard, but it was super good fun. And now the second race was actually way better because it's pretty much all dry. So it's a bit windy, but it's way better.
Tell us why you chose your bike, because I can see that you're on a Brompton. It's obviously really small, low center of gravity. Was that some of your thinking?
So yeah, no, the Brompton is actually pretty okay for this kind of races because it's very twitchy, and this track is twitchy, like, you know. And I increased quite a bit the gear ratio, so I'm not really spinning out. Actually, it's quite hard to push. And no, it's a great bike really for this kind of stuff. I love it.
And Noah's managed to get the better of Val in the opening 2 races. How are you feeling about the rest of them? Are your legs starting to hurt a bit?
Yeah, I mean, legs are starting to hurt. It's a bit of fatigue setting in, so I think the last race will be a battle of attrition, really. I think Val could get the better of me next time, I think.
Good luck, both of you. Hope to see another good race. Cheers.
Hey, brother, got bare energy, man. Oh my days, brother. All right, you tell me when you're ready.
I'm here with Matt. He's racing today, but he's also one of the organisers who's put this whole thing together. Hi, Matt.
Hello.
How's it going?
Yeah, good. Bit different today. The last 3 races I haven't raced. I've just sort of been by the sidelines and helped run it. But today, I thought I'd come out of retirement and mix it up with the kids.
So tell us a bit about the event, what's going on, what were the preparations that you had to do for it?
Well, we've got a team of 5 of us, and we've been working our backsides off for the past 3 months, putting together this series, a 3-race series. This first race at Brighton, I came down, I found the track. I came down, met Lloyd and his family that run it, and just hit it off straight away, and love the fact that it's a family run track. They were really open to us coming down and putting this event on, and it's just been fantastic. They've been really helpful, and I mean, it's Formula One grade tarmac. I've been really fortunate to race a lot of crits around the world, and this for me is one of the most technical fun tracks I've ridden on. So yeah, just really happy and having a good time, and just great to see everyone vibing and chilled and not taking themselves too serious and just enjoying themselves.
Tell us a bit about the kind of concept of today. What's the idea behind it? What is this event supposed to be?
So it's basically breaking down the barriers for people from grassroots cycling. So you don't have to have a license or pay for a license. You don't have to have a team, and it's free to race. Unbelievable barrier that there is that might stop people from racing. Also, from a racing perspective, if people, for some, can be quite daunting racing. So one thing that we're going to start doing is reaching out and asking people what we can do to make it more inclusive. But basically the concept of today is just bringing different cycle communities together. So you've got fixed gears, you've got any bike, you've got the wheelie bikes. We've got 3 different formats. So there's lots of racing for everyone during the day. So for example, the fixed racing, we did a 20-minute crit plus 5 laps. Then we did an elimination race, and then we've got a points race. Racing normally in a crit, you'll turn up and you'll do a qualifier. If you make the race, you'll do the race, or it might be off. So it's just all about all inclusive. I can't say the word. It's all inclusive, and yeah, breaking down barriers so people can get involved.
That sounds really awesome. I like that idea, and it definitely shows because you've got lots of different riders here today and people who've got lots of experience, people who haven't got much experience. What are your plans for the future? Any future events? And
yeah, so we got 2 other races coming up from this series. We've got one in Gravesend at Cycle Park in September, and then we got another one in London, the location to be confirmed. I'm actually on the case in finding a location at the moment. And then next year, we're just currently putting together a national series. There'll be 6 races next year. We'll be coming back here again, but just putting on a national series and yeah, just building this and going from strength to strength and looking to get more people involved and yeah, just having a good time.
Well, that sounds great. Good luck for the rest of your races. I look forward to future events and next year. Thank you very much for talking to us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Cheers. Cheers.
All at the same time. That was at the same time.
We head straight back to the track where we've got another elimination race on, this time for the Wheelie Championship. So same idea as the previous races. Last rider out each lap is eliminated, but with an extra bonus that you have to be wheeling the entire time. If you drop your wheel, you'll also be eliminated. So a really tricky event here. I'm really excited to see how these guys get on. It will be quite a long event for those who make it all the way through. I believe we'll still have the pit lane rule where they can put their front wheel down in the pit lane and get some speed up again, and then start wheeling for the rest of the track. And the same point system as the rest of the races, 100 points for the winner, 75, 50, and so on. So the bell is rung, they're underway. They get a little time to pick up their speed, and then the wheel comes up as they cross the line for the first time. Oh, it's so cool seeing them all wheeling together. That is just crazy impressive. Already quite strung out. Early pace being set by number 96, that's Halves, but he is closely followed by number 93. C1 on that swerve. Already a couple riders caught at the back, finding themselves in a bit of trouble. I think number 89, Trad, has some ground to make up.
Hello? See this window?
Too slow.
So already seen a couple of people eliminated by virtue of putting their wheel down. Jake 100 making up ground on the leaders. Very experienced wheelier he is. And this race is completely strung out now. Really big gaps opening up.
Fuck me, Calvin.
Every lap you're supposed to ring the bell. Yeah, every lap because it's a devil. So every lap you ring the bell. So don't do it this time, but do it next time. And then we need to get down to the last probably 3 things. So is anyone? Drive the one back. I just want to get 89, thank you. So next time when they come round, ring the bell. Yeah.
As they come round, or to the last person?
Jake 100 now making up ground on the early leader. These two with a country mile ahead of all the other chasers, but still points to play for. One way, Louis and Blake also looking pretty good to score.
It's not the last lap. It's not the last lap. No.
Tightening up at the front, Jake 100 making up quite a lot of ground. And these two looking like they're going to be the ones competing for first place. Jake 100 comes around the inside and heads into the lead. I think it's going to be Jake taking the win.
How many legs to go?
Picks up some speed before he has to pick his wheel up again. And he's got a handy margin on halves.
Just ring the bell every lap. Don't need an lap board. Little Harry is out as well. I don't know when he came out, but that's okay.
Got a late surge by halves. It will all depend on how they take this final couple of corners.
Ring the bell. Just ring no. So it's just every lap is the bell.
Oh, well, they told me to do 4.
No.
So these two, I think the only ones.
bell?
Ring the bell,
You dropped it time ago. Connor dropped it time ago.
Okay, I would say for the next lap, I'd ring the bell. Just no.
Oh, flag.
Yeah, so there's a. Who's that? So just flag.
Show flag. No bell.
The whole time. And that's what
No wonder George is stressed.
So we are still racing. I think both of our early leaders, unfortunately, got caught out, put their wheels down, and were eliminated
I'm not gonna lie.
from that. So 2 riders left in the race, 97 and 88. One-way Louis and Blake. Wheeling shoulder to shoulder around that bend. It's got to be pretty brave to be doing that. These guys have unbelievable skill. So coming into the finish this time, it's going to be a really close sprint. I think rider number 88 takes it. That is Blake, just pipping on the line. Louis. So that final bend, really, really important, especially in this wheelie race. A lot of people seem to be sort of losing their bearings around there.
Anyone that stands this side, stand that side.
You're gonna make it a new one. When you said desperate, I thought, shit, Jake dropped
Well, I was
it.
gonna keep up
Yeah.
in the winner like you know.
Fuck it.
I'm tired.
You got it.
Yeah, try to tell me how much
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry?
Oh, well done.
We need to check his footage.
Eliminated. No, I came third. Hey, I still come third, dude. Because no, listen. So that Blake, I pulled up after that line. Hey.
Because I didn't need to, but clearly.
Then,
Are you sure someone didn't overtake you?
nah, it was just me and Jake. It was me and Jake.
So it doesn't matter then, because he still got eliminated anyway.
Because someone
Yeah.
was be out and was still really.
You know, on the last lap.
Who did you think?
On the last lap, yeah.
Who did you think?
I knew it was gonna be. I didn't know he surprised me.
Wait, that was the lap I dropped
whole
in.
so that's what kind of made him win. You know what I mean? Because Jake and Harvey were miles ahead.
I had a puncher, man. Is it?
Oh yeah, he got a punch.
Over
It's a slow one.
Waiting for someone to fix it. He's over there.
You reckon you would have won?
Right, so where would he have come? With Harvey, he would have come fourth then. Blake would have come fourth then, because he would have come out before you. Yeah, he dropped it before me. Oh, okay. No, he dropped it on and then Blake. No, it's calm.
Wait, so Louis won? Louis won?
And then who dropped it before you? Me. I dropped it. No, wait. Yeah, so right now it's Louis, me, or Blake. That's how it was. Yeah. Who was before you? No. I think 7. Will be good enough. Do you know who? No, I'm about to work it out. Do you know who dropped before RJ? Who like?
I did get Harry that year. Harry dropped her, but I don't know when he dropped her.
I think we go for 7 because I think it's 175 people.
Tell me what happened.
Yeah, it's really awkward because sometimes when you drop out, you don't even know. You just realise like
That's what I tried to have him pinned, but it's hard because even if someone sees them drop over there, they don't know. Whoever's checking that person that dropped doesn't know if someone else over there dropped. We're gonna work on that and work out how we do it. We need sensors on the front wheel.
I really think more people like running around it. Timers,
Put a bit of wood in someone's foot. You know when the
When they
finish,
drop,
they
yeah.
snap a bit of wood or something. And keep time, and then we make a note.
Yeah, that next time we need to have. Do you know what we need to do? We need to have a little timer on people's thing.
Everyone who's doing it.
But even then, they have to then stop it when they drop it, the rider themselves.
Or
And then they might wait a couple seconds.
No, but we just look at the stage. It doesn't matter the exact second.
No, but if someone dropped it over there, and someone dropped it over there at the same time, my man stops his clock 3 seconds late, and my man stops straight away, then you're fucking. But that might still be the best way, but not perfect. Until we have like $100,000 budget and we can invent a little thing that we put in the tube, so when it hits the floor, it stops. You know what I mean? Like until then, it's kind of hard, isn't it? But or you need to be able to see the whole track at once. Like the go-kart track, we could do it in my lens because you could just see the whole thing. I think that's fine. We can chill for a while. Oh, that was a tough race, you know. Harvey, you know, if I knew you was out there, I would have chilled out and waited for Lewis to catch up. But I'm all trying to beat him. Yeah. I didn't make him drop.
Yeah, you got it way.
No, you wouldn't cut me as well.
No, we both got done by the end.
I saw him fighting.
Second, I'll take you.
I was sitting there fighting. Yeah.
Where did Louis come in? Wait, what? No, Louis won.
Yeah, Louis won.
Because I dropped it there, Harvey dropped it. Louis, the dude who beat Louis dropped it real early in the race.
Really?
Yeah. No, so he came like, so Blake came like, ended up coming fourth, I think, or fifth. Yeah. So Louis won. I came second, Hobbs.
You know he came first.
Who, Louis? Yeah.
Well, because I thought you won. Blake.
No. Blake dropped it early in the race.
No, I know that one time.
Yeah, so then we thought Blake won. But Blake dropped it early in the race, so Louis won. Then I got further than Hobbs, ran the thing. So I beat Harvey, then Harvey came third, then RJ fourth, or Blake fourth, or RJ fourth, someone. And then, yeah, it went down. We got top 7 in it. Top 7 gets points, innit? Yeah, you got points on the board. You didn't get points in the first race, innit? So you're on the leaderboard with points now. It's good. And then when we got no front wheel race now, no front wheel race next, and then next race is in Kent, innit? And you get points from that race. It goes on the leaderboard too. So
I would like to go for a second. Yeah, I know. They definitely should have gone under the bridge. It would have been such a fucking good shot as well, the camera. Yeah. Because you were like all up. You literally would have had perfect time to fucking track them from there and then just go over there while they loop up. It would have been so. I did watch the guy on the one wheel go under it and get ducked. Like, really fucking ducked. Yeah, that's probably why. Yeah, so it was like, no, they didn't see that coming. I saw one of them running that much. I've seen a couple of stretches on that.
All good? Right. Jump on that if you want. Yo, there's a harness missing though, you know that guy? There's a loose harness there. You just check the thing. No, it's crashed. Just check it again.
I had to get new bars because did you see?
Yo, can we get everyone clear here? Yeah.
What, are you rolling? How many runners got in?
Everyone clear? Yeah, I know. We need to get out of this area. 20 laps, right? So all of this is clear.
20 laps.
Every other is a load.
Bloody Jake.
No, it's a point race, guys.
Just correct the place.
Yeah, let's take it. It's 20 laps, yeah? It's very every other lap. Hard to believe it. Look at this. We know how to do grade school stuff, right? Yeah, we good, y'all. I think it's gonna go.
So they are away. Riders to watch out for are the two who are joint on points so far in this race. That is Jonathan Calderon of the Cafeteras de Colombia team and Luis Blois. In that blue jersey. It's Aaron Hardin on the front. Early pace setting from him. They'll take the bell, indicating that there is a sprint the next lap. So next lap, points will be awarded to the first 3 riders over the line. 30, 20, and 10 points for them. It is still Harding and close on his wheel, Matthew Watson. In third is Jonathan Calderon, winner of the opening race, with that very impressive long-distance solo attack. Harding with a very extreme lean into the corners. He'll pick up 30 this first time round, with Watson taking 20 and Jonathan Calderon taking 10. So some splits opening up. We've got a lead group of 6 riders and a small gap to our next rider on the track. So sprint again next lap. Points will be awarded next time across the line. Still Harding on the front, making sure he holds his position through those corners with his now signature lean. But Calderon is tight on the wheel. Jonathan looking to use this race to gain some points on his closest rival as Le Blois. And looks like he is once again going to pick up 20 points this time by. So Harding once again takes the 30 and Jonathan taking the 20 for second place. Nice clean riding and cornering. Now the track is now completely dried up. Lewis Blois just moving up out of these corners. Seeing his rival collecting some points in the first few sprints. He wants to get involved as well. And Jonathan Calderon has now taken the front. Just moving up through that little switchback corner. And he's upped the pace a little bit. You can see just a few gaps opening up in that front group. So Jono is followed by Diggory McFarlane. What a great name. And Matt Watson, one of the organisers for today, we spoke to him earlier, is just being distanced by that front group ever so slightly. And Aaron Hardin also struggling to hold onto the pace of Diggory. So Jonathan picking up maximum points that time by 30 points to him, 20 points to Diggory. And the 10 points will go to Lewis Blois, who went into this race sharing the lead of the overall competition. A visible increase in pace now. Really tight angle around these corners. And Jonathan looking like he did in the first race, pressing on, opening up these gaps a bit. Big move coming out of the pit lane. Lewis Blois, that is the rider who was joint in the lead coming into this race. And he's opened up a gap onto Diggory McFarlane, but more importantly, Jonathan Calderon. So Lewis looking like he is going to take maximum points this time round. And he's pressing on. Jonathan looking just a little bit tired. You can understand from his efforts for the first race of the day, he might be a little bit cooked. Lewis Blois taking the 30 that time, 20 going to Diggory, and the 10 going to Jonathan. But he is being reeled in by his teammate. I believe that is Ced Portilla. So Jonathan potentially paying for some of his efforts because he's just losing the wheel now slightly. Lewis looking really, really good though. Going hard in the straights, keeping his speed through the corners. It's going to be a pretty tight battle for the overall, I think. Lewis just taking the opportunity to check behind him every time he comes to one of these switchback corners. He can see that that Jonathan's starting to struggle. Looks like Lewis and Diggory will be the ones to fight it out for this point sprint. I think pretty confident Lewis is going to hold on. He looks really good, looks really smooth. As Lewis begins to pick up some of these dropped riders, he will take 30 points on the line this time, adding to his total. 20 will go to Diggory, and Jonathan will just take the 10. So it looks like from now on, it's Jonathan just trying to limit his losses to Lewis, who just looks formidable. Lewis having to navigate these corners, going past some of the lap riders. Can be tricky if someone else is taking your line and you have to kind of reevaluate how you're going to go through these corners. He'll take the bell in the lead again this time round. Still on the chase, though, is Diggory McFarlane, who's having a very good race. Lewis just passing some of these distance riders. And he will pick up another 30 points this time round. I think Diggory will be able to hold on for the 20, and once again, Jonathan will get the 10. So great effort here by Lewis. I think he'll probably be in the virtual lead now in this men's fixed championship. Lewis absolutely drilling it now. You can see him pressing on, going as quick as he can through these corners, out the saddle in the straights. Last few laps of this race now, last few laps of the day for him. And he's just gotten better and better every time with every race. Diggory, though, still within touching distance. And remember, it is double points on the final lap. Diggory, I reckon, is just closing the gap now to Lewis, just ever so slightly, but he's still got a pretty handy lead. And again, all about the points in this race. And Lewis has definitely accumulated a lot of them.
Yes, Lou, come on. 4 to go. 4 to go. Almost done. Well done. Yes, Sancho. 4 to go. Come on. Not for them. They are so from Aro.
Lewis still holding that gap nicely, just cautiously but speedily negotiating these turns. Diggory closing on him, but not really being able to make a significant impact. These same three riders in the same order have mopped up most of the points in this race.
No, Aaron getting the ball from Aaron. Great.
Knew I was going to get that lip there. Because wind's on.
3 to go. Yes. 2 to go. 2 to go. Celebrate it. Need somewhere else. 2 to go. Where's the flag? Where's the finish flag? 2 to go. Johnny, 2.
You're right.
Shahid, keep moving. 2 to go.
So Lewis takes the bell for the final time on the last lap, taking points that time by as well. Looking really like he's going to hold on to take the double points for the final sprint, which will give him 60 points on top of his already accumulated ones. I think he is going to have this men's fixed championship sewn up. The interesting race is between Jonathan Calderon and Diggory McFarlane after Diggory's very solid ride in this final points race, where there are so many points available. But Jonathan has been still the whole time fairly close behind, getting third place in most of these sprints. But no doubt about the winner. Lewis Blois will come in and he is going to celebrate as he takes the finish flag. He wins this points race. He wins the overall today. Fantastic riding by him. Just missed out on the early move in the first race, but made sure he didn't make that mistake again. Won the elimination and won this points race here. Great riding by him and very solid work by Diggory as well, who might have just vaulted himself into second place.
I'm not sure.
Sorry, I didn't come back. I was like, I need to get my SSD off. There was some chaps I left right, and X-Masters kid. No!
Hey?
Yeah, here you go, boys.
How was it?
It's hard, man. I'm out of shape. I haven't been racing. I'll be better for the next race.
That looked like.
It's hard because it's three. It's like it's an hour all together, or is it four?
Yeah.
Yeah. So can I
run on this? Yeah. That girl. Yeah. Joe me. I'm not going to. I need to kind of get the cards on it. Just take it off. Yeah. So when she comes.
Well, I'm here with Lewis and Diggory. Cool name.
Oh, Michael, actually.
Michael.
The guy didn't show up, so I got his number. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I've been calling you Diggory the whole time. His name's Michael. They were first and second in the points race. Overall winner here. I'm not sure how Michael's done, but we're just going to ask him a few questions. How was that? You said it's your first ever race.
Yeah, my first ever race. I didn't expect anything like this. I got to give a huge shout out to the Cafeteros lads because they actually brought me here and gave me the confidence to race and try this. But yeah, can't believe I got second. I'm still in shock.
So how have you done a lot of training for this, or how have you managed to do so well here?
So I'm part of the fixed gear scene. I just ride track bikes with all my friends, and I trained karate for like 10 years, so I think that gave me a base level of fitness. But then throughout uni, I kind of lost that, but hang out with everyone, and then I think the sprints on like the Thursday night rides really helped. And yeah.
And how have you enjoyed your first race? You sound pretty pleased with it.
Yeah, I mean, I was super gassed. I did the two before in the wet. That was quite interesting. I feel like I could have done quite well there, but there was a couple of crashes and everything. But yeah, now after this one in the dry, it gave me a lot of confidence now, and I want to race more. So yeah.
Well done. And we've got our overall winner here, Lewis, who just rode a absolutely phenomenal points race after winning the elimination. How was that?
That was amazing. I enjoyed that. I was a bit worried at first. Obviously starting like 7th wheel because I missed my clip. It's always the one thing that I try not to do, and I always do it. So I had to dig in. Like Sanchez, he got like 3 laps. He got 3 points from 3 different laps, and I hadn't scored any yet. So I had to just climb, and I managed to get through. And obviously I sat behind Michael for 1 lap, and then I just squeezed in. After that, I just had to keep squeezing every lap, bit more. And yeah, it was good, man. I really enjoyed it. Feeling good.
That was really awesome. It was really great to watch. You guys, both of you raced really impressively, and it looked pretty tiring by the end. I could tell Jonathan, at least, was kind of feeling the effects of the races.
By the end of it, I was cooked. I was actually starting to cramp. So at that point, I was like, I just need to finish this now.
You need to take a gel with you, pop a gel.
No, I popped one just before. Do you know what? Overall, I'm really happy. Today feels good because I'm finally winning. So it's.
We'll hopefully see you. Well, definitely see you on the podium. Hopefully see you next time. Will you be racing again?
100%. This is it now.
Awesome. Well done, both of you. Thank you very much. Cheers. Our women are lined up on the start line, ready for their final event. Same as the men's fixed final event. It will be a points race, points every other lap. $30, $20, and 10 points for the first, second, and third riders across the line. Double points on the final lap, so 60, 40, and 20 points on the final for the final sprint. The bell will be rung, indicating that next time across the line, points will be awarded to the first three riders. And once again, these points go to their overall totals, so all to play for in this race.
Yeah, I'll be here, buddy.
And the women are away for their final event on the track. The points race, all to play for. Lots of points up for grabs here. And the overall win in the championship also up for grabs. It's Kitty Dennis taking the early lead with her teammate Jo Smith tight on the wheel. And a small gap just opening up to Vanessa Lowe of the Velociposse. Overall leader so far, Michelle de Graaf, needing to chase that one down. She knows that these two riders are a threat to her overall lead. They take the bell. Sprint next time, 30, 20, and 10 points available on the line.
Let's not score, but can you get this one off? Because I can.
Nice sly move around that corner by Michelle de Graaf. We know she likes that back straight coming into the pit lane. And she moves into the lead, putting herself in a good position to pick up the 30 points first time by. Jo Smith just managing to get around her teammate, trying to pick up those 20 points. Oh, great move by Jo Smith around that corner. I think that was a really close sprint, that one. I can't really tell who took it. I would say Michelle just hold on there, but nice tight line by Jo Smith. She does do well around that final corner. I think she might just have pipped Michelle on that for that first sprint, but we shall see. Looking like it's going to be a pretty tight, exciting race. Jo Smith obviously has quite a few points to make up, having that mechanical in the elimination race, not being able to score as many points as she would like to. And we see these two who were first and second in the first race, once again moving away from the rest of the field. Jo Smith again, nice tight line around that corner, putting herself into prime position. They will take the bell this time. No sprints, no points this time by. They take the bell instead to indicate that next time there will be a sprint. But Joe deciding to lead it out from the front. And we see the race for third between Kitty Dennis and Alice Clues-Smith, with the two riders just behind being Vanessa Lowe and Valentina Bakari. Michelle once again taking a lead after that stretch where she always tends to make her way to the front. And Michelle with a slight advantage here, but we know how good Joe is around those final few corners. See if she can manage to take the better of Michelle this time by. Michelle staying really nice and tight on that corner. She knows that Joe wants to try and dive bomb her. I think she holds on for the 30 this time by. Really great head-to-head shaping up between these two riders. Michelle relinquishes the front. Just lets Joe come through and start doing some pace setting of herself. Looks like two riders back together fighting for the third place points. That is Kitty Dennis and Alice Clues-Smith. So two kind of miniature races going on here within the one race. They take the bell. There will be a sprint for points next time. Third sprint. And Michelle out of the saddle across the finish line. Into first base. She wants to lead the sprint out. She presses on as they come into the pit lane, opening up just a small gap onto Joe Smith. Michelle seems to favour the first half of the lap, while Joe Smith seems to favour the second half of the lap. But her gap is looking pretty nice. Let's see what Joe can do in response. I think once again, Michelle will hold on for these 30 and Joe Smith taking the 20. Going to have a tight sprint for the 10 points remaining, though. It's Kitty Dennis who leads at the moment, and she will hold on, taking an extra 10 points to her total. The same as we saw Lewis doing in the men's race. Michelle just using these corners as an opportunity to have a look back, see where her competitors are, see how close they are. As we heard from Michelle earlier, she's an experienced fixed crit rider, as is Joe Smith. Bell for the fourth sprint. Joe Smith really tight on the wheel this time. I think she might just be able to nab these 30 points. Tracking Michelle really, really nicely through these turns. You know, she likes to make her move in the final corner, or just coming out of it, rather. So the two of them out of the saddle side by side on this final straight just before these two corners. Oh, side by side once again into those corners, and Michelle manages to just hold off Joe. I think Joe slightly thrown off her line. So Michelle looking like she has an unassailable lead. I think she's won all 4 of those sprints. Jo just looking to solidify her second place overall. But the race for third still certainly alive between Kitty and Alice. The two almost inseparable on this course.
Ten to go. 10 to go. Ten to go. 10 to go. Marvin, 10 to go. Stand up. You don't need that, you know. Oh, we're ready to go now. And this is not well this now. Yeah, it's not well to go. Time to go. Time to go.
What's the other lady's name? Sorry, the lady that's with Joe. Michelle. I've got Em, but I just remember.
Jo Smith hitting the front for the first time in a while. Michelle's still tight on her wheel, though. They'll come round to get... Coming round to get the bell for another sprint lap. It is Jo Smith on the front, but Michelle not giving her any space whatsoever. Michelle once again making a move around the outside.
8 to go.
She likes to lead out from the front. She knows she can hold off Jo. We see that big sprint once again. Jo moving into the lead around this penultimate corner. Looking like she's going to be able to hold off for the 30 this time. Jo will get the 30. I think that's her first sprint win, and Michelle taking 20 in second place that time by. So Jo timing her effort perfectly on that final straight before those 2 corners. The remaining 10 points once again going to Kitty Dennis. These 2 leaders being almost inseparable. Michelle potentially being ever so slightly faster of the 2, but neither of them strong enough to distance the other. Comes down to who takes the better line through certain corners, who times their effort best. Joe Smith coming into these final corners. Once again in the lead. She's going to take the 30 this time by Michelle taking the 20. So Joe Smith coming through in the back end of this race. Just 5 laps left. And remember, they're double points on that final sprint. So I think Michelle probably has an unassailable lead by now. But the two still will race for as many points as they can get. Michelle makes her way to the front once again. Big sprint down that long straight. These two marking each other really, really well. Just a shame about the mechanical Joe had in the elimination. But otherwise, a really great battle between these guys. And Michelle liking to lead from the front. Michelle taking a few glances back. You can see Joe just starting to tire ever so slightly, potentially head dropping a bit. And you can see Michelle as she presses on out of those corners. Joe just unable to get out of the saddle, potentially tying up after a long day of hard racing. This race is a pretty long race as well. And with the sprints every other lap, it's really, really draining. Michelle slowly opening up that gap to Joe. It's the first time we've been able to see any real difference between the two of them. They'll come around just to catch these back riders now. Michelle will pick up maximum points this time by just solidifying her victory. Just superb riding by Michelle all day. Really not put a foot wrong. No crashes. Great lines through all the corners. Obviously a very accomplished fixed crit rider.
Yes.
So Michelle takes the belt for the final time. Next time they cross the line, they'll be receiving their double points and they will be finished for the day. Michelle definitely going to pick up these 60 points. And Joe Smith, after putting in a really good effort, challenging Michelle and pushing her all the way, will pick up 40 on this final sprint. And it will be a tight race for third between Kitty and Alice, who have been similarly inseparable all the race. Kitty just getting the better of Alice on most of these sprints. So Michelle will come past the line. She'll take victory in this race. She'll take victory overall. She puts her hand up and celebrates. And Joe Smith with a very good second after that mechanical. in the elimination. She picked herself up and had a fantastic race here. A very tight battle though for third. Be interesting to see who gets the better of who for this final sprint. Remember, double points on this lap, so 20 points available for third place. It is Kitty leading it out. It is going to be Kitty, Joe Smith's teammate, who will take third on that final sprint and 20 points, and I think she will get her third overall in this women's championship. And our final two riders, just to finish. That's Vanessa Lowe, Velociposse. Great racing today, a long day. And just behind her, Valentina Vaccari.
No, it's brilliant. It's perfect. Because we want them to go, ah. So yeah, we've basically been documenting what the streets doing. So we made one film. We don't actually like to
then I see it when it's already live. I end up or did I say that?
Sign your life away. Is it like 5 minutes long? 5 pages. Yeah, I'll send you one.
Yeah, and I think the story of those young people here, yeah, I heard from one of the organization. It's just, yeah, they're actually like literally getting to the streets.
Yeah, exactly. Knives up, knives down. It rolls down knives up. So that's, for me, I come from fantastic work. They get on my scratch.
Well, they're not afraid to scratch. No, go over. No,
Thank
okay.
you so much.
Thank you. Yeah,
Hey.
I'm looking forward.
Hey.
But you see this camera. Thanks for. I don't like ice cream.
Sorry,
1-2. Is that right? Yeah. Oh, cool. Okay, I'm joined here by Joe from North London Thundercats. I always get it muddled up. How's it been for you today?
So the first race was good. I quite like racing in the rain, so that was quite good fun. Second race didn't go so well because my wheel pulled, but that's racing. And the points race was just really good fun. It's really nice to race something like that where you've got to go hard from the start, and it's really good to be racing with Michelle again. It's a long time since I've chased her around a crit, so it's good fun.
I mean, it's great that she's come over. But yeah, it was really good, like as a spectator, to watch you guys dicing and mixing it up. But yeah, we changed the formats from how it was earlier because we want there to be as much racing as possible. And I think the new formats work all right. You think it's fresh and it's fun? It gives you lots of riding on the day.
Yeah, it's good to have 3 races, and especially if you pull a wheel in a race, then that's day over. It's such a waste of time. So it's really good fun to have a few races. And for me, with Ruby, it's good to have some shorter races rather than one long one because she's not terribly patient.
No, I mean, yeah, she's a little star. Like, always, I was saying to you earlier, always love seeing her up on the podium when you're up there. But yeah, I think, what about the track? How are you finding the track?
I love it. I love corners. I finally remembered how to ride them and remembered how to commit myself in a race. So earlier this season, I was struggling with that. It's more important things. But yeah, no, I really enjoyed it. I love how the final corner, you've got to go in it first. I think I managed to squeeze up the inside once, but yeah, it's really good fun, and you've got to think about it all the time, rather than just hurting. So it gives me half a chance of sticking with Michelle.
Yeah, I mean, I today's my first race back for a couple of years, and it hurt like hell. But yeah, the technical courses, I think it just opens it up more for people. Like you say, if you've kind of got a fast power course, it makes it difficult. But I think this kind of makes it more accessible and easier for a lot of riders. But yeah, from our perspective, we just want people to have fun. That's what it's about. And but yeah, it's great having people like yourself with your ability and coming along and supporting what we're doing. And we're also going to start outreaching because we really want to try and encourage as many ladies as possible to race. So I think we're going to start looking at what you guys have done at North London Thundercats with the different. Yeah, and well, not so much. I don't know about the intermediate, but I think that definitely on the gender side of things, because we want it to be accessible, and that's something that we're going to start reaching out. But yeah, just really pumped to have you down, and great to see you enjoying it. And we've got to get your hubby racing, I think.
Try. He started 100-mile time trial this morning, but unfortunately we took my wheels rather than his, and track wheels don't really go on a time trial bike. So.
Well, I'm gonna keep having little words in his ears, but yeah, no, thanks a lot for coming down, and you did really well, and yeah, I think you're going strong into the series. I think looking good for Gravesend.
It's great having a series as well, and it brings a bit more meaning to each race, and the race is fun, and you race for enjoyment, but also there's it's a little bit extra, and it brings people in. And I think Gravesend will be good because a lot of the fields really in UK crits this year have been really beginner heavy, which is great. That there's more people every race that are coming and learning. I don't need your input, thank you. And that's brilliant. But I think something like this maybe scares them a little bit. So Gravesend a little more accessible for that, and then you can start to draw people into.
Exactly. I kind of feel like cycle parks like the Hillingdon of the but yeah, so we'll see. But thanks again, and we've got some more racing to go. What do you think of the wheelie racing?
That looks fun, but I don't think I'd be very good at it. Me and Michelle had a little wheelie off, and we didn't manage more than an inch off the floor. So
I think when you can go fast like you don't need to worry about wheeling. But thanks again, Joe, and yeah, we'll catch you later.
Yeah, thank you.
No worries. So yeah, we're gonna find someone else now for me to interview. So I'm going to shout someone to come up. Scarlett, have you been interviewed? Come here. This is Scarlett Mew Jensen. She's just got back from the Olympics in Tokyo. You want to tell the people out there what you did?
So I competed in the springboard diving. Yeah, very different sport to cycling. yeah, I didn't do my best, but it was an incredible experience.
Well, you did amazing, and we're all very proud of you. And if you actually cycled, you'd be an animal. Look at these legs. No, she's a star. But no, it's great to have you down and supporting us. And yeah, what an amazing experience being out there, you know, doing the Olympics. It doesn't get any bigger than that.
No, it doesn't. I mean,
And you're only 19.
yeah, I am.
So yeah, it's all good. It's all good. And shout out to your mum for the artwork. The little it's brilliant. I love your mum. Well, yeah, I love it. She's lovely. Wicked. And how are you finding? Because Scarlett's George's sister, who is one of the guys that puts on this race. So you know how hard George works. How do you think the event is? How do you, as a spectacle? What are your opinions?
Absolutely incredible. Like, to put together something that works so well with such a good community as well, like to bring people together after the year we've had is like amazing, honestly.
Yeah, we just want to keep people active
100%.
because, you know, one thing that's really important is people's with health is getting out, getting vitamin D, staying active, eating well, you know, keep your immune system high, and that's what we're pushing.
No, it's definitely exactly what you've done, and the diversity of people here as well, and like just it's brilliant.
Cool. All right, thank you very much, Scarlett. You may leave now. So yeah, we're gonna get someone else up here.
Lewis.
So I'm gonna have a chat with Lewis, who he came first, I believe, in the. Hello, my son.
Hello.
Give us a hug. So yeah, this guy is pretty new to racing, and I think he's a great example for people out there who might be new to cycling. That if you put your head down and you put the work in, you know what can be achieved. Because I think you're the points leader. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was told that I'm now the series leader.
It's amazing. Like I'm really. I mean, obviously, I'm a little bit pissed because I'm not winning. No, but really super happy for you. Like you rode so well, and I found like I would say this is one of the most technical courses that I've ridden. I kind of struggled to dial, like get that corner over there. I kept clipping my pedals, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. Anyway, this is the point series leader. So what's your plan for the next race? Because you know that there's going to be people who are going to be training hard to come and take away that leader's jersey.
I don't know, man. I think like I just want to get my head down, carry on training, and obviously figure out the first thing I need to figure out is my gearing. That is the next thing for the next series.
48-14.
Are we in London next?
Yeah, no. It's Cycle Park, Gray's Inn.
We're doing. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
we're doing Cycle Park. Okay, so I love that course. The strategy remains the same. I need to just dig in, man. Just grind.
And you're putting the work in. You're riding your bike a lot.
Yeah, I'm doing what I can. Obviously after Thunder Crit, I actually was a bit sick, so I spent the week just like laid up. But I think now obviously I've realized recovery is everything. But also, man, racing with people, getting out and racing. Racing's been the best training for me. I've actually learned more racing than anything else. Like the training's good, but the racing's even better.
Yeah, racing is you can't really train like you race. It's always good to have those people pushing you. But yeah, man, you killed it. With the courses, so we got Gravesend, which is kind of not as technical as this one, but then the one after, it's my job to find the track. So I'm going to basically try and find the track that suits me best.
Perfect.
No, I think the track in London, we've got a couple of options at the moment, but I'm not really sure yet how it will be, but we'll announce soon. But what's cool about our series is we're looking at different types of circuits, you know, bringing in different skill sets. Basically, I just want to try and create races that I want to race, you know, so yeah. But yeah, anything else to add, mate, about your experience with the series?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Off the Streets is by far the most inclusive race series that I've ever raced in, and I mean that probably that other people are racing too. It's a great vibe. The energy's right, manners, attitude, love. It's all here, and it probably couldn't be any better, to be honest. I've got some good people around me. I've got a great team. I've got great friends, and I've got really good support in Matt, George, everyone else. So yeah, I'm just happy to be here, man. Off the Streets is going to be massive, and it's nice to be here at the start.
I appreciate you saying that, man. Nice one. Yeah. So yeah, it is like Lewis says, it's all about the vibes. We're not coming at it from an ego perspective. We're just trying to just make racing accessible for everyone. You don't need a license. The racing's free. You can come and spectate. It's free, and mix it up. And I'll tell you, like, the level of racing as well is high. So yeah, it was good. So thanks, Lewis.
Wicked, man.
I'll share a beer with you later, mate.
Please.
Yeah. So yeah, so it's good to get insight from other people, because we're working pretty hard to put this event on. We'll get. I think we'll get another couple of interviews. I'll just shout for a couple of people. Dan, wait, come up. Both of you, and you. We got. Yeah, it's the race now. Should we? Yeah. So yeah, we're on the race now. Just hang with me, guys, because we'll have a chat in a second after this race. I want to talk to you. So we got the Any Bike race. We got a Brompton. We got 2 Bromptons on the front. Then we got a road bike, and then we got a mountain bike. And we got a road bike, and then a single speed, another mountain bike. So we got all, and we got Bazza on a Mazda that's just come off his unicycle, unfortunately, with his motorbike helmet, looking very fetching with that white stripe. But yeah, I don't think the unicycle's built for endurance. So yeah, I think Baz is done for the day. 3 races in one day is quite a lot. I'm not going to lie. Here we go. They're coming through. We got the 2 Bromptons on the front with the road bike. We got a nice little peloton coming through. We got Matt from Hey Coffee donning the One Life Cycle, the Santini kit. He's hanging in there. He's trying to hang on the back of that peloton, and then we got the 2 stragglers coming up the back. So this is a new format, the Any Bike category. It's a bit of a showcase, this one, but in the future, when we do our national series next year, you'll be able to choose whatever bike you want to use depending on the track, which I think is a pretty cool idea. It's not my idea, but it's a good one. So yeah, we're into the third race, and so we've already had 2 20-minute races, and coming into this third, you're looking at nearly an hour of all-out cycling. So unless you've been training, you're going to begin to be struggling now, like I was in my race. But here we go. We got this lad on the front. He's killing it, setting the pace, and then we got the 2 Bromptons behind it. Setting a good pace, these boys. Matt's getting dropped. I think he needs to put it into a spinnier gear and just spin to win. I think he's pushing a too big a gear there. But we got these 2 guys here on the front who are breaking away from the third guy. They've dropped him now, but I think it's going to be between these 2 guys. We got the Brompton and the road bike. Do you know this? The fella on the Brompton bike is absolutely killing it. He's handing it to this lad on the road bike, and this boy on the road bike can ride. He raced yesterday. So it's Noah. I've got his girlfriend next to me. She's helping me out. But basically Noah, there we go. He's second wheel behind number 5. Noah did a big race yesterday, so he has got some racing in the legs, but still, I'm not going to make out an excuse for him. My money would be on Noah right now, but I'm going to have to say that the geezer on the Brompton is absolutely handing it to him. But we got Noah's beginning to ride tactically now. He's just sitting on his wheel, letting him do all the work, because it's quite windy out there. It's like riding into a hill sometimes. Here we go. He's just sizing him up. I think Noah's got this. We've got the stragglers coming through. They're just holding their pace now. We got Matt from Hey Coffees. He looks as though he's kind of come out of the pain cave and he's back to normal. And then we got the fella there with a singlet just going across the line. It's just nice to see everyone with smiles on their faces and having fun, not taking themselves too seriously. So the front of the race, the pace is relentless. We've got Mr. Brompton, number 5, absolutely smashing it, but Noah's on his wheel, just saving that energy. Riding a tactical race right now. Got number 10 on Brompton, number 2. He's just keeping a nice pace there. And we got Matt still grinding. Matt, put it spinnier, man. Save your legs. I have absolutely no idea how many laps to go, but It's all going good. Oh, there we go. I've been handed the information. I apologise for my commentating. It's a bit average, but I've kind of just come and jumped onto this. Here we go. I've got the names and things now. All right, so I got the names now of the people. So apologies that I haven't been able to say everyone's name up until now. So we got Noah on the front. He's now sort of gone into time trial mode. He's just building a bigger gap on our man Valentino. There we go, Valentino on the Brompton. I think Noah's cracked Valentino now, but those two are our clear leaders here. And then we got George Smith coming through on a hybrid. So third place on the Brompton is number 10. Right, hang on, I think they got all the numbers wrong here.
Come on, Matt, fight him back. Go forward.
Well, Matthew Keach has been overtaken. Yeah, Noah's just holding that pace. I think it's going to be his race now. Nicely spread out. So we've been pretty lucky with the weather. It was absolutely awful earlier, but it's turned out all right in the end.
Ring the bell. Ring the bell.
Yeah, I reckon we've just got a couple more laps to go. But yeah, Noah's just killing it now. He's thinking of a nice cold beer at the end of this race. So yeah, we got Noah on the front. He's just through the pit lane. So the pit lanes worked pretty well, I think, in the end. We got a few crash mats there, just in case. One of our riders, actually George from my team, One Life Cycle, went over it. Luckily, didn't hurt himself. But yeah, I think the pit lane is a nice addition actually, because you can't run under the bridge. It's too dangerous and too low. But the pit lane adds a nice element and a nice flow to the race. Yeah, the track dries out really quick. It was so wet earlier. It literally dried out like within a half an hour of it stopping raining. The track is, super technical, but it's the wind as well. So like down that back straight coming into this S-bend before the finishes, you'll see the riders really sort of putting their heads down and kind of trying to spin through. It's really difficult riding into the wind at that point. And then when you cross the finish line and you come down to the hairpin, you got a nice little hill that sort of takes you down. But as I was saying, it's a super technical course, but really nice grip, nice surface to ride on. So Valentino is caught up to Noah now. But Noah's just put the pedal down again, and I think Noah's toying with it. What do you reckon? Is he hurting?
He just doesn't want to ride around with them.
He's had enough. But he's just put the pedal down. He's teasing Valentino. No, you're cruel, man. But no, it's a good little race at the front we got going on here. They're beginning to lap riders now. They're just sort of keeping the pace up. Coming back into the pit lane again.
Come on, you see? He just was the guy. No, he was like one way. Good race.
Valentino's still got the bit between his teeth. He's riding really, really well. I have a lot of respect for these guys on those front ends. Here we go. So this is the finish. So I think it's Noah with the W and Valentino coming second. Not sure who's coming third. I have no idea who's coming third. Let's see what happens.
Ah,
So I'm going to grab Noah for an interview.
well done. Done. Yeah, done. Done, well done. Good one. Good race. Good. Yeah, Noah and Valentino come up for an interview.
They're definitely good. Like these days,
Done. Woo. Well done. Everyone anyway.
20 minutes in. 20 parts for the next run. Yeah.
Take, do your race.
I've got one here. Yeah. Thanks. I'm going to just give it a quick spin.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Yeah, me too. No, it's rapid. So.
You know what the next event is? Oh, yeah, the wing race. Don't we? Is it the final? It's the final for last one. It starts 6. 6. So it's not.
Okay, so I'm joined here by Valentino.
Hello.
And Noah, who won.
Hello.
So, guys, that was a good race. Obviously, you're both on different bikes. Talk me through it.
So Valentino on the Brompton, quick around the corners, seriously quick first couple of laps, but I sensed that he was starting to blow. And so after I let him get a set of points, and I was like, okay, this is my time to attack. And so I attacked him over the top of a set of points and then managed to get away.
For someone that looks so casual and cool, I'm very surprised that you'd thought about it that much.
Well, yeah.
You're not meant to say, I'm just teasing you.
Yeah.
Right. So, Valentino, you were killing it on the Brompton, but this man here, he kind of just had a little bit too much for you, I think, on the day, but it was really good to watch. Just the variations of bikes as a spectator, it's hard to compute, but it just looks fun.
Yeah, 100%. Like completely different bikes, but we've managed to stay quite close to each other, and that's was crazy fun. Literally, like I was trying to keep up with him because it was way faster, but being behind him was like because he is super.
Oh yeah, he can ride this boy.
Yeah, so it's really technical. So it was I was really enjoying him like a MotoGP style, like put down the knee. And nice one, man.
Yeah, I'm just really pumped. You guys are enjoying it, and the vibes is brilliant. It's what it's all about. So next year we're going to have a national series, and if you ride the any bike category, you can choose at each track what type of bike you want to use. Yeah, so it means that maybe one track might be better to ride a BMX. So what do you think about that concept?
Yeah, it sounds great. Adds a lot of versatility and diversity to the bike selection. It means you've got to have a little bit of a fleet of bikes So it definitely plays into the hands of people that have got a couple of different machines.
Yeah, no, I would love to do that because I can tell my father now I the reason to have multiple bikes because he doesn't really understand why I have so many bikes. So this is gonna be a good excuse.
That's it. There you go. Problem solved. You guys have any questions about like to us who run it, like any ideas or things that thoughts?
Oh God, put me on the spot.
It's okay. I'll give you a couple of minutes.
I think this go-kart track idea is amazing, really, because like being the generation like growing up playing Gran Turismo on the PlayStation and now kind of replicate that on bikes is crazy.
Oh yeah. I mean, like, well, the thing with the go-kart tracks, like, it's not anything new. You have Rad Race that have been doing it for quite a while, but obviously with what we're doing, it's different because you've got different types of bikes. Did you manage to think of anything?
Yeah, I mean, this is like a really rogue form of Formula One. It's really interesting how the different like bikes are good in different places. And this would be, I think, I just noticed the night lights. This would be really cool in the night. This circuit, that'd be really sick.
Yeah, I think with the DJ and I mean, we really want to kind of have like a festival, with bands and DJs. Like I'm completely down for that. I think it'd be a lot of fun. But yeah, guys, you killed it, and thank you so much for your support and coming down. And I'm really looking forward to the next race. And I think the heat's on. We got the two boys here. I think it's going to be between these guys. So watch out. But thank you.
Thanks, man.
Nice one. Thanks, brother.
Cheers, man.
All right, cool. So we're gonna have a chat now with a couple of other guys. I'll just shout. Excuse me 1 second. And yeah, come. So I got a couple of guys here from the fixed race, men's fixed. If you can introduce yourself.
I'm Michael Freeman. I'm just part of the fixed gear community, and I know Danny from the Cafeteros team.
Danilo Sodomsky from Cafeteros de Colombia. What else I need to say?
An amazing chef, and also a guy that's put in a hell of a lot of work for the past year and a half. He's new to fixed gear riding, and I'm really proud of him. I'm getting emotional. And this guy here as well, like come from nowhere and just absolutely killed it today. So I'm really happy for both of you guys how you did. So how have you got any thoughts about today and the event, and any thoughts about the next race in Cycle Park? Maybe have you started thinking about gear ratios or anything like that yet?
Well, this is my first race, and as an event, it's been amazing. The track is insane. All the people hosting it have been amazing. The food and everything has been great. And I got to say, it was really well organized as well. Everyone knew what was going on and when. And as a beginner, it was a really good introduction. So I want to say thank you to you and everything. For the next one, after this, I'm so gassed. I'm so ready to try racing again, and I'm excited for Gravesend. But gear ratio, I've got no idea. So I'm just going to listen to Danny. He's the one who knows a lot more than me.
48-14.
Okay. I'm not going to do it as well. My power's not quite there, but let's try it.
No, but it's all a learning process, and yeah, I'm looking forward to mixing it up with you guys again. But yeah, just really stoked how you rode, and proof in the pudding that just if you ride in the street and you have fun and that here's a guy that this is his first race.
Yeah.
Wow, killed it, smashed me. So, what are your thoughts about this race series? Because I know you've been doing a lot of track because it suits your strength, everything in the track. But how are you finding this? How you finding this sort of more technical kind of racing?
Well, first of all, I'm really happy to see that all the event was kind of familiar to track medicine when you have points elimination and everything else. Comparing to technical part of the event, I really enjoy it. I like to challenge myself, but it's kind of demotivating, when you're going fast, person in front of you doing the same amount of effort, but then as soon as it's any corner, somehow he just make a gap, and you're like, how? Why? What's happening? But it's really enjoyable. It's so fun, and I'm definitely looking for another rounds, the second rounds.
Cool. I mean, yeah, that's all we want is people to have a good time. But Yeah, it's super, man. It's so technical. Like I thought I was pretty like a technical rider, but I struggled today. Like I really struggled with that corner up there. I kept pedal striking. Were you pedal striking?
You know, I was quite lucky. Where I've been riding on the street quite a lot, the same bike, same gear ratio and everything. I didn't have any pedal strike just because I'm so used to it. And I feel like having that familiarity there, and again, all these social rides as well, it really, really helped.
No, definitely. But man, you killed it. Killed it.
Killed it, man.
Killed it. Yeah, I don't know if I have any other questions, but I'm just pumped you guys had a good time. It's good to be out mixing it up with you guys again. And yeah.
Yeah, it's so nice to see so many like cafeterias in a
Yeah.
start list. It's like at least 4 people, probably gonna be 5 now, with like Cafeteros logo on the chest. So it's kind of pump you up when your guy, a Capitano, like in the front, winning. It's like so good feeling.
For me as well, seeing the diversity of everyone here, where you got the any bike race and the wheelie race as well, it's really cool to see, and it's quite unique in the community as well. So yeah, really pleased.
No, cool, man. But thanks, guys, and yeah, I look forward to the next race, and just stay safe and keep training, and you know, because just know that I'm training hard and I'm coming into it hot.
Thank you, and again, thanks for the event. Had a great time and super happy. So
awesome. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you, man.
Nice one. Thank you.
Cheers.
This will be the best. Two cameras. So when do they start, here or here?
Oh, well, this is where they'll start sprinting from, but they'll just start from there regardless. That means is they start there, we officially start here the race, and that's where they pick up the rail. That's it, they're all up anyway. So they're not having any fun.
They do one lap, yeah?
Yeah, no, I think as long as the wheels are.
No, stop it, stop
Wheelie Championship, their final race. But this time, no front wheel at all. So these guys are riding with no front wheel in their bike. It's going to be a 5-lap race. And first across the line at the end wins. But if you drop your front wheel at any point, or if you drop, in this case, just the front of your bike, not only will your forks be somewhat dented, but you will also be eliminated from the race. So staying up the whole time. They obviously don't have that section of the pits where they can put their wheel down. 5 laps and same point system as most of our races today. The winner gets 100 points, 75-50. And then 30, 10, and 5. So top 6 riders will score points. Just absolutely absurd event, but I'm really excited to watch it. And they are away. So it's pretty tricky to kind of transition from wheeling to this, because obviously the balance point on your bike is slightly different. That is Jake leading the pack though. So far he is one of the best wheeliers here. And some riders at the back just struggling a bit to get around this corner. This is just an absolutely absurd event, and I don't think we're probably going to have, maybe less than half our field finishing today. Once again, if you drop your wheel at any point, if you drop the front of your bike, you will be eliminated. It's crazy skills to get around these corners on one wheel. So is Jake at the front there, but he is joined by Halves. And Ree still in contention as well. So 5 whole laps of the track they'll be doing on one wheel. This final chicane sort of switchback set of corners tends to be the hardest one for these wheelie guys.
I'm here for the quick.
I don't even know how they steer with no wheel in. But that is Jake still in the lead. I'm sure he came into this race as favourite, if you have favourites for such an event. But again, they've got to watch out to not kind of overcook some of these corners and overdo it and end up having to drop their wheel, because then they are out, completely out. So some riders pacing themselves a bit more, knowing that all they need to do is kind of keep riding, stay on their bikes, stay with their wheels in the air, and they'll have a good chance of scoring points. It looks kind of surreal even to watch, I think. So still Jake and Halves at the front there. Moved down the inside by some of those chasing riders. And one rider down already. Wind is picking up a little bit here. I think that's RJ who's currently third place on the road, but not far behind Harbs. I think this is almost definitely the most absurd race I've ever watched. Jake still leading as he comes past the finish line. 2 laps to go, I think. And he's looking pretty confident. See a move by RJ. Going to be a good battle for second between RJ and Harbs. But Jake with a pretty commanding lead as it stands. Seeing how fast these guys ride with just one wheel is just, I don't even know.
Don't drop that salt. Don't drop that salt.
Hobbs pressing quite hard around that bend. It's looking a little bit wobbly. RJ very, very sturdy though. And Jake will take the bell this time round. 1 lap to go. He's in the lead, but Harbs is really making a decent chase of it. It's not all decided yet. Harbs pretty wobbly as he picks up the pace, trying to chase Jake down. He wants to win or he wants nothing. Jake will have to make his way around a lot of these lapped riders. It's not the easiest thing to do, you know, with a regular bike, but they've only got one wheel. Oh, pretty tight overtake there, just coming out of the pit lane. Jake weaving in and out of those lapped riders. I think he's going to hold on, but Harbs still on the chase. Jake looking good, but Harbs is coming really quick. I really hope he doesn't drop his wheel through these final turns. Oh, it's going to be all the way to the... Oh! And what we dreaded happened. Harbs spending the whole time in second place. He wanted the win or nothing. He went all in for it, and he fell just at the last corner. That is just really, really sad. But he's going all in for the win. So Jake will take the win. Harbs just crashing out, dropping his wheel with about 20 meters to go. I believe third place will go to RJ, who's approaching the finish just now, approaching the final corner.
Archie and Harry both dropped down.
But a pretty brave ride by Harbs, who was going to do anything to catch the leader, Jake. What a great race that was. Absolutely surreal.
Are you guys going around and around? Next week. Just going to run a tripod camera.
when I react. But today we'll be like, all went smoothly, and then they'll play around.